Good evening, folks. We are back with more Phoenix Wright. So this is the end of the first game. We're at the trial because I think we tried to get through it, but the finding all the information at the end of the last one I think drove us mad. But we're at the trial stage. So we're going to fire into this, and we are going to do the trial in the last chapter. And then once that's done, we will go on to the second game, which is what this one is decided, because it doesn't have the trilogy, it just has the 3 separate games on Twitch for which game you're playing. So we are listed as playing the second one, so that'll be the most time spent from here. Unless this is going to be a horrendously long one. But hopefully this one will. But we'll find out. And hello Sharona, good to see you again. With me in the background is Meow, and there is a Looper who is being very vocal tonight. For those who were on Stardew, he's being very, very vocal tonight, and I do not know why. Also, these ears are Meows, I sold them because my hair was getting ripples. So, yes, we will carry on. Yes, I want to load the game. Let's try and remember all these accents we had. Oh dear. Why actually did we get her? Oh, I remember. This was her voice. Right, okay. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. That's about as judgment as I feel right now, yes. After all. Who's Lana? Lana must be someone that's about to appear. We'll just give her... The victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. A different suspect was arrested at each crime scene. I am now not able to take you seriously because you sound like this, especially with your little medals there dangling about. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologise for yesterday, I was indisposed. I hope I didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished actually. I'm used to all-nighters though. I'm going to look over here because there's something very interesting over here like this painting. So how'd it go? He says Mr. Wright suspects the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed if I told him the truth behind this simultaneous murder, I wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much of the dark of things as they are. The sky. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence are we talking here? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have at my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? You have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. I thought I'd talk a bit more there, but seemed not to. Oh well. Let's go on with it. You being Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor? The prosecution is, I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes inductive witness by guard to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time.
but that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I heard the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edward's car.
One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself.
Now that's what set Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait.
Very well, let the trial resume. Even though we've not really began yet, but let the trial resume, yes. Go on. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at
the police department?
Mr. Edgeworth, you may call the first witness of the day to the stand. For it is the first witness the prosecution calls. The suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. Suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Things are wild. Oh, not this prick again. If he gets his megaphone out once, I'm muting the stream until he's awake, 'cause I'm not dealing with this fucker.
Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Yes, sir. I'm Oscar Mike Bacon, sir. My occupation is, that will be murderer, sir.
So you're telling us you're a professional killer?
Sir, it's me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again. Nope. You're getting muted. Where is the thing button? Actually, if I'm muted, does it still come up on the stream? I think it does. This is my sound I'm muting. How do we get around this? Oh, I know. 1 second. Sound settings. Volume mixer. Phoenix Wright. Muted. There we go. Fuck you. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. Apologies if this takes people out of the emotion of not having the sound and the shouting objection and all this shit. I just not dealing with him and his fucking megaphone for the next thing, because it gave me a real fucking headache in the last one. And now I realise I probably just hit the mute button last time and people still had to put up with it on the stream, so apologies for that. You've got to I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir.
Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is...
Oh, he's interrupting.
Sir,
I'm what you call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Oh, sorry. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Meekins.
Yes, sir.
Give us your report of... Sorry. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order.
Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, in Power Generation, they must be told what to do, sir. He's a really annoying character. You can't fault him for lack of enthusiasm. Grand what, sir? Although it is not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trying to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out, till another officer smacked me awake.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you.
No,
unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir.
I see. Then you fainted and Nikoli helped you regain consciousness.
Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more info to work with. Apologies if all you can hear in the background is my fan. Right.
First time I know what you're hearing.
Okay, let's query this. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not?
Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir.
Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. It took me a long time to work out how to say ordinarily with this voice accent. Hopefully it came across okay.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The Blue Badger?
Yes, sir. A lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir.
I see. Sounds like a very important mission.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around. Then I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there?
I spotted a suspicious man on the security system and rushed into the room.
In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct?
Precisely, sir. I have one here right around my neck.
So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right?
There it is. I found it. This one right here.
Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir. It's 4989596. 4989596.
That's today's jingle. The number again was
4989596. That's my number, sir.
I see. But the number
4989596
is shown as being used twice.
Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. The first time was when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. The second time was when I went to go get him after everything settled down.
I see. So it was during the second time when...
Yes, sir. It's when I was spotted on the man on the security screen.
Data added to the ID card record.
I was only doing what I was trying to do, sir, when I was suddenly attacked.
So you were attacked. Can you please tell exactly what happened to you?
It was a knife, sir. A knife.
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggled to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe if you kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be...
When I saw blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar.
I am so glad I have you muted. I fought for my life, then I did it. What exactly do you mean when you say did it?
I don't know. I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films.
This guy gets more annoying by the moment. Well, that's probably the point, but still.
The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him.
You took his knife.
I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
I see.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, And then the next thing I knew...
Yes? Yes, I would be.
And you would turn it on in the winter, and
I would love it on in the winter to keep everything a cool, like, 3.
I
Oh,
would hate you for
a
it.
constant 3 degrees. That would be wonderful.
Me and
Anyway.
the cats would hate you for it.
Anyway.
Yes?
He punched me right in my face, sir.
Even though I have no obvious bruising or marks on this. But what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Oh, right.
According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was around 5:30.
He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you've recovered, that is.
When I came round, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I have returned him to the entrance before things get out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? Yes, Officer Meekins?
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Count delivered it to me this morning, sir.
The chief? He would bring you a VHS cassette that you have no way of watching while in a jail cell? That does sound like him.
Delivered it?
What is that, a videotape?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
Objection.
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like the communication with the police department is as good as ever.
Well, then let's have a look. Show us this video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me.
Video of a real murder, just what are we getting ourselves into?
It's the Blue Badger, Blue Badger, Blue Badger, Blue Badger.
I don't see the blue badger hit him on the head. That's fantastic. He's disarmed by a puppet. Well, that was useful.
Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with this unsettling feeling stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood?
Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir.
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly?
Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room. Some sort of activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir. Have you with, sir?
Mystery man.
Mystery, mystery, mystery man. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no questioning the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened a locker that requires Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do so. The locker he opened was unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
What's this all about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. Well, that would mean the victim at this crime scene would have to be Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may cross-examine.
Oh dear. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife?
Sir, you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face. I believe I would be classified as the latter.
But you're standing right in front of him, were you not?
More to the point, you're the person who fought him, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when they're talking with them, you see.
Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer.
Still, I'm sure it was him. I bet my badge on it.
But you don't know for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face.
Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it.
Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it.
Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing, or...
Meekins.
Eek!
Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please, be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir.
You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him.
I mean, he opened the locker, which requires Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do.
About these lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir.
I don't know what kind of methods he's tried.
If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to his registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir. And this, too. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir.
How do you know that information?
I've heard rumours, sir. People in the know, sir.
People in the know?
The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint.
So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face.
Sir, if I must say something, sir.
Please do. After all, you are the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. It was his hand that tried to thrust the knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify to this, sir.
Yes, you have a point, I suppose. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it.
Mr. Wright, check the court record again.
Is there a problem with security video? Yeah, sure, there's a problem. I'll find out what the fuck it is later. Regarding the video contained in this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange?
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Gooden.
What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting, Your Honor. I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. Very well, proposal accept. Let's further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction to speak of.
You can do it, Mr. Wright. I've set it up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and make sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where's this contradiction that indicates this man might not be Detective Goodman?
Hang on, let's look at the court record again first. So, it's not going to be that. It's not that, it's not that, it's not that. I don't think it's that. Okay, it's not these ones. It's not that one, it's not that one. Maybe it is that one. Maybe we'll keep in mind that in case the shoe is different. Evidence of all locker. So he did enter. Then got fingerprint dust. We've got a screwdriver. What was that one again? ID 59. What was his ID number? 58. Why did he write 59 then? Scene of the stabbing, detective at the PD. Okay, that's that one. Yes. No, it's fine. Right, so evidence locker. Indicator lamps will light up when it's open. Unstable jar. I think it's probably the pool of blood on the floor. Because that definitely doesn't seem to match this. So let's play. Where's... It'll be the thing falling out the locker. There's a glove falling out the locker. I assume that's that's falling out the locker, but let's just carry on. Because that does probably seem as the one. Okay. So we go away again. Then when we come back, he's there. Well, the blood would indicate that the amount of blood that was there. I think it's got to be the glove falling out of the locker then. Unless it's something as simple as... No, it's not. I think it's the glove. I'm going to go with the glove falling out of the locker. Take that. The thing that's strange about this video would have to be this.
Hold on for a second, I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it.
Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine?
Don't look at me with the bleary eyes. Before your eyes got too teary, perhaps you should think this through again, hmm? Just remember one thing, Mr. Wright. Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt.
Says the man pointing his finger at us.
No. Okay, so it's not the if it's not the glove falling out, then it might be him being knocked out at the end.
Whoever just told me and Klepto we need to start in us because we like bean sausage and bean bakes because they're fine. I told him you have no taste.
Oh, Bellry, Bellry, Bellry. Oh, it's because he's got blood in his coat already. Yeah, it's because he's got blood in his coat already. Thudding. The thing that's strange about this video... Oh, he's done the same diss again. Okay, well it's not that then. No, but I want to find the thing in this video. First of all, I thought it's because the glove fell out of the locker, which is not. Then I thought it was the... I thought it was the fact his coat's covered in blood. Like, already covered in blood. Maybe there'll be, if I pause it early, maybe there's blood in his coat when he walks in.
No, I'm not getting up. I'm not getting you anything. You've been fed. Stop.
Right. Just check. Is that light on at the start of the locker? Because that might be it. So if he walks that way when the whole thing starts with the lights on, then yeah, the light's on there. It doesn't light that one either, even though we can't really explain what we're going to. It's the fact the light is on at the start. So he doesn't need to have used anything to open it because it's already open. Right, let's try again, see if we can make... Maybe we let it go on a little bit too far or something. Oh, we need to actually use the... Fuck's sake, game. Thing that's strange about the video has got to be this. So he's pointing this time, so it's got to be right. Officer Meekins.
Sir, do you mean me, sir?
As I understand, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released.
According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir.
So if something is seriously wrong with this picture, is it just going to show me the whole video again? When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind till... Oh, for God's sake. The light is already on. Here, notice the light?
What's this? It's already lit.
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle.
Order, order. What's the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
Objection. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, this goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
Yes, why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor. Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator?
Huh? Oh, maybe something like jammed system sensor.
Oh. There's something else that seems out of place in this video.
Yeah, I thought that too.
There's been a clue. Oh, it's probably the glove was blocking it from shutting then.
Let's look at this thing. The locker wasn't locked, Mr. Wright. Please put out the cause for this.
This time it will be the glove. Because the glove was blocking the thing from when it opened. Let's fast forward a bit. So we don't have to deal with this really long, drawn out. Thud. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of part I showed you earlier. For God's sake, not again. Let's just see what my blood is. That's not too bad. What's this?
What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
But, sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out from real great distances when I open my car door, sir.
We can't be sure, but that item wasn't... We can't be sure that item wasn't... We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggered the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted?
that's why the thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me.
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would have to block the electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene.
There just might have been something that fits the description. Might it be the glove that we actually can see in the video?
But, sir, by insulator you don't mean...
I think I finally got this figured out.
Very well. Will the defense please present the relative evidence? What was this insulator that stuck in the door?
Where's that glove? There's that glove. Present. I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove.
But we can't be sure that was the victim's locker.
The tag on it says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the door. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir, it would appear so, sir.
I really wish you could just get away from him so we can put the sound back on.
Order, order, order. So are we to believe, then, that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated the possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Sir? Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
Is this a joke?
Very well, begin your testimony.
There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. In order to enter the evidence room, you must use their ID card. When an ID card is used as a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective has used his card.
An ID card record, I see. I have the ID record card right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime. Yes, without doubt this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases.
Special cases?
Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
There was only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let's move on to cross-examination.
There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir.
So unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you?
Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir. Couldn't you just use his right hand for that?
Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second.
To enter the evidence room, one must use ID card.
Is that the card hanging from your neck? One of these? Is the card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards?
Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it there so I won't ever forget it.
But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that?
Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. I remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck in the car. Stuck when I get out of the car. Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me.
At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony.
Yeah, we've had to. I don't know if you were there for the start, AJ. We've had to mute Meekins because he keeps using the fucking megaphone, and it's just cutting right through my head. So I'd rather mute the game than have to deal with him.
When an ID card's used, there's a record of it.
Oi, could you stop choking him?
Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to.
Let me see it. Ah, yes, that'll be it. Detective Goodman.
Zebedee.
According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here.
Stop bullying each other.
So it is, Your Honour.
Zeb.
Ah, how is the pizza? Maybe. Oh,
Was he bullying
no,
you?
it's supposed to be background people talking.
It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions and their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him.
Oh, that's a shame.
At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card.
Have you swallowed your pill? Have you?
Earlier, I believe you testified that you asked the man to show his ID card. He pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir.
Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife.
Maybe he just panicked. Mr. Wright, what do you think?
I'm confused.
What?
It's far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this.
You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got.
Zeb had his pill.
Good. Let's just go to the next one. Thank you, Meow.
Sorry.
I guess we can just present that. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins.
I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honour, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
A lost item report? It's only half completed.
It shows Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report.
Let me guess. You believe this something was his ID card, right?
I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order, order. So now, what does this all mean?
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room, it was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Order, order, order. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright.
Bravo.
Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are 2 grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card.
We weren't out of juice yesterday morning. This is a liter and a half bottle.
Oh, okay.
Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright?
Yes.
That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instance of the murder.
That is... well, I guess that's right.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around.
This isn't going to end well.
Well, it seems you finally realized. Exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, at the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon.
Ah!
I knew that Tiffin was way too shabby. It's all a trap from the beginning.
The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was this victim that Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana... ...
What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this? Let's object. One moment, Your Honor.
Oh, what now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven.
Of course not. But I almost walked right into prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about now?
Cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. Security video did not show the actual murder. How many times do we have to see this clip? How many times are we going to see this clip? However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, a large amount of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defence demands further examination into the truth of the matter.
Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witness will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident.
This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Who? Oh, him. I'd forgotten about him. Oh, fuck.
Mr. Wright, do you mean...
Your Honor, the defence would like to request a specific witness.
Oh, whom do you have in mind?
Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room.
The prosecution requests to hear this person's name. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have to testify, what is his or her name?
Officer Jake Marshall.
Why him?
He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say.
The prosecution agrees with the defence's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess.
I hope I never have to deal with that other guy again, so I can put the sound back on. Here we go. For all those who've missed it. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? What do you mean? You call for Jake Marshall? It seems you figured everything out. Lana? You're the one who knows everything. Emma. So, Emma. You told us everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall us asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pal. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
Quite a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around the city while on duty. Or run around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
I'm sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal. Hey, I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's alright. So you brought what I asked?
You mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making the request. My name?
Never in a million years would I have thought it was your last name. But I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files. I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. SL9?
The SL9 incident?
That's Lana. That's...
Oh, you thought Mr. Wright might need him, so I had him brought here. Here. You might do well to read him.
I can't believe you, Chief Prosecutor, but a witness to a case. Witness in a case.
This guy was a witness? The SL9 incident files received from Lana's.
Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with serial matters. Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just going to ignore me?
Emma? But why? Why is your name in here?
What? My name in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that...
That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as... the Joe Dark killings.
The Joe Dark? No, Lana! That's over with, no! Emma, wait.
Ah, you know what? I just remembered I'm gonna be somebody else. Goodbye. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here.
Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to the killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence. Knowing you might just be able to figure this out. Oh, sorry. Knowing you might just be able to figure this out. Then we get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file.
To be continued.
Trial latter.
Often now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
Emma didn't come back.
Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
It does look like he's... Yeah, that doesn't look good at all. Me, partner? Oh, I was just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. I probably should give him more to slate that time. Actually, I have another suggestion for actually want to see for this guy, because I might as well give him something stupid. If anyone has any suggestions, please go ahead while I take this drink. I'll take the cap. Ah! I mean, I could just do the typical American, but I just wonder if you want anything a bit more silly. I suppose not. Alright, I guess we're going for the Afro-American then. Let's go for a carrion. There's no one else who's suggesting, let's just go for a carrion. Only more drawn out. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization.
Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections with it, yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman.
As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear it howling wind calling it out.
Exactly, it's Jake Marshall here. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day that the crime took place, yes? This is correct.
According to papers, partner, though I'm going to stand here and cut myself with this knife over and over again.
What do you mean?
Desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up.
Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony the day of the crime. In plain old English.
My job is to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They say I was supposed to make the rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room protected by those 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail.
I can't say I particularly care for your attitude.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Wait a minute.
What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks and the evidence lockers? Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickey are those? Definitely a carrion in this one.
He is not good with machines or following orders.
Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor?
This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, it's all yours.
I would tell you to keep an eye on the evidence room.
I just made sure another move on the security camera model. The room's so still. Every time that dive's in there, Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker of the interrupted recordings. Terrible recordings.
Turtle?
Videos of nothing unuseful. The time would come and erase the tape. Nothing unusual was recorded with the other tapes and erased every 6 hours.
Each time I erase the tape, it would feel like I'm erasing part of my life. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. They said I'm not supposed to make the rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. But you made your rounds a day of crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No, Desperado, I know. Let's rules get in the way. Oh, no, Desperado, I know. Let's rules get in the way.
So, Officer Marshall, the day of the crime.
Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day.
There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about it?
Sorry, partner, I can't say I do. I haven't been in the crypt in weeks. Besides, this room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. Used to be a detective and now you've used the evidence room in the past, correct?
Of course, back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence.
And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner, I ain't too good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite incredible.
The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place?
If I remember right, it was down at the Side Street Saloon. The time it went down. What were you doing in a place like that?
I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel steak lunches can beat that parlor's old sepia pasta. You mean to tell me you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles?
Not all desperados eat tacos, but
That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. Just innocent traveler, man, so if you're out of ammo, I gotta hit you.
out of ammo, Samantha? That's right, partner. Or as you call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to a crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset.
Well, one thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything.
Texans don't take order from anyone. Anyone knows that. Well, let's see what we've got. Relevant to him, we've got is the handprint, which is there. That could be anything in the first half, because all that's cards and stuff, so let's just see. So, we've done that. I think we want to do something else before he does that, so... try the video and see if that works.
Objection!
That's not one that's working then. Alright. Right.
Objection!
So that is it. No, it's not that. Not sure I thought. Oh, well, it's definitely not that one. Let's check again. So I've got that, but that's a relevant moment. The knife and all this stuff isn't relevant right now. Just repeat yourself. Interesting, okay. They said they wanted something before that, so it can't be that yet. There was something before it. It can't be that, obviously, because that was used for something later on. And we could try that there, I suppose.
Objection!
Exact same as before. Nope. Let's try something else. Before I use it though, I better up the ante. Not gonna be that one yet, so that's gonna be later on. the glove.
Objection!
No, it's still not stopped, so it's still. I could try the lockers on him, but again, he seems to have just. That is interesting. Nothing else. No, that's the last one. Yeah, we'll just have to start. I'll have to quickly skip through and go again. So we'll just skip through everything up to that point, and then we'll just press on everything again and just see if we can work out what. Just not exactly sure of the thing that I meant to stab him, but I've tried the lockers already, but the lockers didn't work, and he already seems to have answered stuff about that. I would say to keep an eye on it. Nothing new in the security monitor. Third. Maybe it's the video at that point. Pushing everything in case there's something else that comes up. So he says he's not been in. So let me ask you about the lockers again. I have a feeling it's probably the video at the start now.
Objection!
Okay, it's not that. Another little go. It's not gonna be that. It's not gonna be that. Unless we mention the fingerprint stuff later on, when he says a lack of evidence. It can't be that. Could it be the ID card? Or the 2 point? Let's try the ID card at that point.
Objection!
No, it's not that. Okay. Not that. Well, we'll try. I guess we'll try that and see how he responds to it. No, I don't mean to do that. I meant to actually, you know.
Objection!
No, he's still going. It's not. Huh, this one really gets me. This is strange. Don't think it'll be luminol or it's not a fingerprint thing. I don't have a luminol. Right. Okay. Try the picture of the thing.
Objection!
No, it's not that. I'm really slightly stumped now. Right, okay, let's try again. So basically it's trying to find something that I'm feeling it's probably the ID card record. But I'm not really sure when in his little speech he'll be doing it. I guess we'll try it here and we'll see.
Objection!
No, it's not that. Alright, well. The problem is all the stuff I can find actual objections with is all the stuff in his ramble between things rather than actual start. Very strange. Yeah. Hmm. Well, let's get back to that point and have a little look. I think it's episode 5. Yeah. Day of the crime. Oh, I thought, well, it says that he, I didn't do that because he says, I better up the ante, and it was like,
That's the first thing that's on this page.
Okay, that means it's probably just been the obvious one, I just haven't done it because I thought with what he said that was the, let's just very quickly just skim through in case there's anything we actually need to get from any of these. Yeah, I just deliberately didn't do it because the way they said that. Let's get back through this because we've done this one already. But apparently it was just using the one that they said we know about this. And then we can get back. We can submit that, then we can get back to reading them out again. So do this, and then he'll come back around again. He says, I have trunket up my sleeve, I best keep it cool. Before I use it though, I'd better up the ante. That's why I didn't use that one, because I was like, that doesn't sound right. But okay, if it's that one. No, was there one ending before that? Okay, well, I guess I'll try it, see?
Objection!
It is that one. Yeah, he worded it like he meant that it was something else. Anyway, Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called to testify like this? After all, you were in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. It is a real good, partner. Like I said, I'm a caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be
Objection!
I only wish it were officer. But your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene?
Blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall?
It seems to me, there ain't a person in this room with a hair on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall.
About the blood-stained fingerprints?
Very well, you may begin your testimony about the fingerprints. found at the scene of the crime.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that there evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as a blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched my locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and fingerprint are completely unrelated. Oh, didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it.
The witness explanation seems valid, although there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. That's because you, how do you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right, that and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine.
What? What do you mean?
I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective, the locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. Let's see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. One of them just happened to be the same place as my blood-stained handprint. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine, no mystery.
Please explain.
My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. The murderer touched my locker where the fingerprint was by chance. Chances of happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The blood-stained fingerprint completely unrelated. Unrelated? There's a difference night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's gotta do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder.
He's right. Although seemingly alike, they are totally different. Totally different.
How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. Bloodstain at the scene. Oh, sorry.
You will see bloodstain at the scene, not to be left by the murderer.
That's right. It's found in a state of gumshoe locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint.
So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint.
That's the only logical conclusion. Aren't you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? The seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. only one reality, and that's this. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
What do you mean by that? You want to tie me down to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have.
Objection!
But that video was next to Eustace is full of blind spots.
Blind spots?
Places you can't see. Camera's panning back and forth, the floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they can leave the room without being caught on tape.
Objection! We don't have the time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall is present, please do so now. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall.
Tread carefully, Mr. Wright. You might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at that video. Shows an incriminating evidence.
Music is very, very irritating already. Oh, it's the knife he's holding. Yeah, but the fact he's holding the knife that he's like shaving himself with right now. That's the pause button.
allow me to apologize to my colleague, Your Honor. He gets carried away sometimes. Yes, well, certainly isn't the first. Will you forgive him too, Officer Marshall? He's not a bad man, he's just a bit delusional.
Of course, I'm not one to gun down on boys. Yeah. Hang on, there's the guy that doesn't actually use wearing gloves. That'll be the question.
Objection!
I'll turn down the music for it. Just a little less annoying. Exactly now. I thought it was like he's not wearing gloves. Because that's definitely a thumb there. But I can't go below this bar. So I think it can't be that then. Are you wearing gloves? It could be the blood in the coat, I suppose.
Take that!
No. It's not a blood in the coat. Probably this one, but I just can't work out what.
Objection!
Actually, can I turn background music off? There we go. Then we can actually deal with the. Turn the sound back up a little bit. We can actually deal with the objections and stuff without having to deal with the. The floor isn't showing it. It's got to be like a shadow or something.
Objection!
There we go. Lost it. We've lost the annoying music. It's all good. Right. It's got to be something like a shadow. Right. Let's have a look at the start. It's a backspace pause, right? Pause. Before Blade Runner this. Right. There's no obvious shadows here, there's no obvious issues. That did look like something, but I think it's just the lighting. That's the fishing rod, the metal detector and all that from there. So let's just spin on. I get a feeling it must be the one after he stabs him. But it continues here. Ah.
Take that!
There we go. Bring our attention back to security camera. It's a mistake, or it's a mistake. I'm afraid you'll sooner forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker was a white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a little bit. Sorry about that.
Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. And it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away.
Order, order. I would assume that's the only...
Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so an opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah, I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker and I'll prove it. Well, that's the What's that? Oh, for God's sake, just stop doing that and just...
Take that!
Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
Any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There's even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? What is he chewing on?
I only got one word for you.
No!
Order. Witness, explain yourself.
If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Please answer the question.
Is he now both, I think? It's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here.
We can?
Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has the answer.
The only possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime?
He's got to be here, right?
Take that!
I think he's there. Officer Marshall was standing right there.
So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory.
Chambers MP Potter better reload.
Think middle of where Officer Marshall was.
Well, I thought... Oh, because Meekins is the killer. Oh, he's
Take that!
There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in that video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up as Detective Goodman.
Objection!
But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
Objection!
May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman.
Actually, you know what? We can put the music back on if it's not as annoying now.
He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted.
When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, now Detective Goodman respond. I fucking hate you, game. He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. The man has ID card, why not just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, but he must have been carrying it. I'm sorry.
Yes, he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple, he couldn't show it. As you see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realised the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall?
You've got quite the imagination, partner. We've got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence.
Circumstantial evidence?
You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I was dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as a victim?
Well, I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Feels you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat.
It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics.
The basics? Try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for if the Officer Marshal was in disguise. Well, I should look for it that came about because he was in disguise.
Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There is no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance he might be discovered later, as has been.
Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact the white cloth was sticking at the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video is key to all unanswered questions.
Very well. Let's take another look at this security tape. Let me just go to options and turn the annoying music back off. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker.
I mean, was it the glove? The only thing I can think of is it was a glove, but it's not white cloth though. Maybe that is the blood. He had to open his locker because he was bleeding. Or covered in blood. Yeah, That must be it. It must be because he was covered in blood.
Take that!
For some reason, you described yourself, Detective Goodman, entered the evidence room, though I do not know what end yet. Yep. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. Asked to show your ID, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. The white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat?
You can just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner.
Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth?
Turn the music back on because we don't have to deal with a really annoying thingy chip.
Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be where we're here now, would we?
Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it.
Alright. Seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. Managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So I suppose the supposed victim was really you. But there is one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor in the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be?
Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. Let's just go all the way through. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner?
2 years have passed since the case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transfer of that day.
Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sticking into the evidence room? When the case is closed, only the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID. Why'd you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere.
You need to fool the security camera? And the detective's ID card?
I stole that the morning of the incident. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot.
So essentially you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight.
What do you mean, partner?
I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself.
pulled a knife enough for me to drive her off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Officer Meekins said as a 1 in a million type person. Taking a detective for intruder and demanding to show his ID. I'll have to think of a little more about his race this year. I'll have to think a little more about his race this year.
Anyway, he threw himself at me and ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one?
So you knocked Officer Meekins out and then what?
So you did your research beforehand.
Those who go in the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think I would make a difference though. The security tape was erased every 6 hours. If I had gone to plan, no footage would have been left. However, your bloodied your court in the struggle with Officer Meekins.
If someone was in the security room when I came by, the jig would have been up. Open my locker and stash it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
So what you're saying is on that day...
But the blood from the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown in the tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner.
So you stole the evidence from the locker?
Actually, no, I didn't.
Why not?
When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor.
Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Far away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why'd you do this? Still gonna take this ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense.
Moreover, you are the officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven for a simple cut in salary.
Like I said, this is your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it?
I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. I have green ears, yes. Usually I have pink ones, but they are broken at the moment because my cat decided to break them. So then I have green. Keeps my hair alive. I don't intend to complain. It's how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. Something that went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about.
What happened?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why are you so concerned with this?
Objection!
Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man?
Neil Marshall.
Yeah, I'm sure you all heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What? A prosecutor? Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did.
That's right, he was killed, and the case fell into your hands.
But what's his relationship to you?
He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gaunt, then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives was part I worked under. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That's all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight.
And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions?
There's more to my brother's death than what records say. No matter how much you try and hide it, you can't fool me.
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened to the police department on the day of the crime. It was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with the resolution, Officer Marshall, but they have planned to steal the evidence.
Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted them, surrendered him unconscious and fled.
Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, the fake murder was going on at the police department.
Chance? It's gotta be more than just that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lena Sky.
Objection!
But wait, the verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Objection!
Which is why we examined the evidence at the police department today.
But
there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remains the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department.
it seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner.
All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely uncontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. I rest my case. It seems the trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. Disproving the alleged murder at the police department.
There's no doubt what proof today is true. The part murder on the security cameras really was fake. but I didn't realize.
You'll end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, it's time for verdict to arrive. This court finds defendant.
Objection. Oh.
Your Honor, wait.
Emma?
The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right?
What do you mean, right?
Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor, in a sense.
Please, Your Honor, I'm only asking a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3.
I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe dog killings.
Both cases were in
That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his hand fingerprints were nothing to do with crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood for the Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again.
Did you find something?
No.
Huh.
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that it?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. We can't find something wrong with them. Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone could save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy.
Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident of the police department, is any resemblance doubt remain? Reasonable doubt remain?
Appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark.
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, the handprint was discovered around here. Is there any problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry we can't be more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that body mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. What's wrong with the hand?
Objection!
Handprint left the crime scene. Well, it's at this hand, there.
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Take a good look at the floor plan. Something is missing.
Missing? You mean something hasn't been thrown on there?
Yes, something that went wrong. Could they change the meaning of the blood mark?
Let's pray the defense is simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
Well, the evidence here. There's got to be something I can use. What item can you prove there's something missing from the floor plan? It's gotta be that jug, I imagine.
Take that!
As they say back west, even a blind man can hit with buckshot. That is, so long as he's facing the general direction.
It seems Mr. Wright's not sure which direction to face.
Just calm down, Mr. Wright. Try and remember what the evidence room was like on the day of the crime.
Well, it was not Not the weird jug. I didn't actually mean to. Oh, there we go. And we could prove something missing in the floor plans. Okay. It's not bad. Can't be those. It's the security camera, and it's because the fact that I'll try that because it's right in the middle of where that is. So no, it's not this one either. Well, this one. Am I missing on the floor plan? Oh, it's that damn badger. What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plan of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. So what happens when we put him in? This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime.
Well, what?
That's right. As long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot in the locker.
What? So that means, what does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What do you say? Blood traces undeniably found in that locker.
Don't look at me, I didn't put it there.
Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically.
Emma? On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badge to the evidence room, right? After you put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint in that locker. That must mean that this bloody mark was left there before the badger was brought in.
Just one moment, no, we don't have such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It's very far-fetched, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, the police department's evidence room. Blood was spilled not once but twice.
But how? But how?
One time was captured on tape, taken by the security cameras. Officer Meekins cut his hand. trivial amount of blood fell. One problem is, the other time... someone fled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It'd have to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
Objection!
Murder portrayed in this security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, this does not explain the blood mark found in the locker.
Objection!
So then, assuming this murder you report really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. Summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in the evidence room.
That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this.
Very well. Then tell us, when did this first incident occur, as Redwood said? Proof must be presented.
There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, what shows the first crime took place? Well, it'll be on the that thing. Yeah.
Take that!
If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. In order to do so, the ID card would have been required.
An ID card? Oh, the ID card reader. Officer Meekins brought the blue badge.
Officer Meekins put the blue badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, it would be 4:40.
Ah! Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done?
I never would have figured you out. Never would have figured you had the nerve, boy.
Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me.
Nope, I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood.
That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. Sorry.
To clean up the blood, unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room.
Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. All the sevens, number 4.
Talk about the lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
There's no record of his card being used before. He must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with all the sevens, number 4.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out who ID's number is 777777777, or otherwise known as 4. That's 1-7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present.
What? Explain yourself, son.
The ID number 4 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
Objection!
That's ridiculous.
I am not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted.
An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and forgeries. That's how the prosecutor office operates.
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I I would appreciate if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Yes. No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive.
Objection!
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Lawson, we looked up her ID number. It's not 7777777 what no last 4. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I wanted to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really use legitimate evidence? Only use legitimate evidence. Do you need the witness to repeat this question, Chief Prosecutor?
I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth.
2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At that time, we
Occasionally felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did.
Lana?
I
became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized that we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, what do you say?
I ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't.
I don't have to, Officer Marshall. I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Why? Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to do in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
But Lana...
Even if it involved forging evidence. See, that's what I'm talking about.
No. Order.
Matters much, but such a stir of chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. Wait until the following day. To be continued. I didn't expect us to still be on this case 2.5 hours later. That would be long into the next one. Oh well. At least it's been intriguing. Day 3 investigation. February 24th, Wright & Co. offices.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said.
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to do in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 was another name for the Joe Dark killings.
We've had this revealed several times now.
Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean what happened to you?
It's all in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Drake tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial.
I didn't see that one coming. Well, let's talk about it.
That happened 2 years ago. Right about this time of year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together when she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Showed up.
Oh, so dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
State Marshal Bullet.
Joe Doc tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then,
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck.
My brain immediately kicked into Jason the Wood Warriors there.
And the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
Permanent picture?
I don't remember the moment when Doc stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about it?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why Lana.
Oh,
Why she made up the crime.
sorry, I didn't realise the eclipse at the end. Made it up? Why, you mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted the guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known. He was being given false evidence. Even so, that's why it all started. Rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, it's all my fault. If I could just have testified properly, none of this has ever happened.
So it's true, even though you may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today.
Must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not then. What did you see in this incident the crime occurred? That has an onion for a head there. It's a very weird hairstyle.
Doc knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this billboard.
Oh, sorry, Neil Marshall stabbed from the program.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out.
There's a lot of passing out in this story.
When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. She still had all the pills back then.
Poor Emma, you've been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago, you must have been 14, that's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimony, and find the evidence to make the airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. There's still something puzzling with the crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, why was he being chased by a prosecutor?
No, there's no mystery there. Joe Doc had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was the detective. She was the best in the entire force.
What?
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
I bet have another talk with her. Alright, okay, well I guess we're going there then. Let's go to the detention center. I have more juice. Dead, yes, I put it here. Let me just salt my juice up, because if I'm going to keep doing these strange accents all the way through, I'm going to have to keep myself drinking. Hydrate and all that. Otherwise, I'm going to ruin my throat. Right. Where were we? Hello, detective.
Lana!
Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we?
But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks.
Lana!
Lana. Emma told me about you. Well, that's very vague.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecution's office. That's right. Could you fill me in the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have the right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered in the trial today, not least of which was the fact that the case was largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. Indeed.
That trial wasn't really fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth.
Couldn't be helped, Emma. The trial 2 years ago, I sold me soul. Well, damn aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no more at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us?
Emma, these don't involve you, just me. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
He was amazing.
I think I keep rolling into different accents with this one, but I'm trying to.
Yeah, still talk about all the cases you and Chief Grant back together.
Chief Grant? Keep going, Chief Grant. It's not Grant, it's Gant. I need to get that to read. He was a deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I inspired to be.
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before reports could even be filed.
But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was...
To gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to his resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to prosecutor's office. Investigation that was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. I do feel that this game repeats itself a lot, but you know, it still keep going. Let's see where it goes. Second in command, that means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Aye. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigation. They even had the same office. We led a team with the best detectives on the force. We had the cowboy, we had the French girl in the beret, and we had the man who looks angry with the goatee and the hat. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall had worked with his brother. He was being quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dart was a serial killer. I mean, look at them hypnotic eyes. We asked him to come in for questioning, but he were desperate for evidence. That's when his final murder took place.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Doc.
You see, the first person that happened on the scene of the crime was me. Oh, now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So we waited until Gant and Marshall let the guard down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Gant and myself.
That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Ronald? It appears so, aye. I was filing some papers when Gat and Marshall were questioning Dark.
1, 2, 3. You champion! You champion!
Never mind. When I returned to the office, I found 3 bodies on the floor and smelt blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out. And the suspect Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seemed Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and laid unconscious. So what did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, isn't it? I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial is also involved in that incident. Just by chance.
That case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall? His actions came as a surprise to me and all. Ever since his brother died, he changed completely.
I guess he wasn't convinced without the ruling against Joe Dark.
Life don't end with the closing of a case. Everyone's got to live the rest of their lives with a memory. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Aye, in the office that Damon Gatton and I shared. The office that Mr. Gatton now occupies by himself, the chief's office. I don't think I have anything to present to her. I'll try offering her the black glove and see what she does. There's nothing to show her then, so I think we've got to move on. Let's go to Criminal Affairs Department. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere.
Things seem kind of quiet around here today.
Oh dear. You're right.
Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to?
Right, we can come back here later. Well, I guess then we're going to the police department. Howdy, Bambino.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
Never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Why, Sarah, you'll never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambino? I should have known my luck when I ran out when old Billy dried up this morning. My luck had really ran out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? It's over the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why the prospect just head west? If ever there was a case that I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Why turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall? Would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Someone was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported are inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? Do you mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
Question?
blade of the knife is not a perfect match for the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife is not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, the possibility had been erased. In that case left behind scars on all of us.
Scars that SR9 left behind.
I got the looks, but he got the brains, and he was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he, my brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors? And yet, what are y'all looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
The day the SR9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall it was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop me. Detective Goodwin was murdered and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. His star was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They?
Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambino. I mean Damon Gaunt and Atlanta Sky. Sorry, say again? Investigation lead Damon Gaunt is second in command Atlanta Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. Thank you, Luther. That case was their biggest step up in both their careers.
No, I heard what you were doing. I know.
After that case in Atlanta transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gaunt, the chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone on you said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambino, but the secret is too well guarded. I never found out. So there y'all have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used false evidence to get the guilty verdict. Oh, thank you. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gaunt. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambino. I guess we're moving to the only thing that's left, really, which is the underground parking lot. No one's here today, not even Miss Star. Everyone's probably busy looking for what went down in the evidence room. It must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15.
Yeah. I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
Instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Well, I assume that there's nothing new here. No, not really anything new. I guess we're going back to... She'll go up there and see if there's anything here.
Mr. Edgeworth isn't here.
Maybe he's being questioned by the inquiry committee. Took a real beating in court today.
Yeah, with Lana admitting and falsifying evidence 2 years ago.
I guess we'll have to come back later. Well, if we're coming back later, I guess that we're going back from there to the other place that we got told to come back later, which is the criminal affairs place. Yep. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. This means everyone's busy solving crimes. If you look at the others, they're in the
If you're looking for others, they're in the conference room.
Thanks.
With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and decision about what to do. But Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention the statement going to the media about tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
I think festive is usually the word used for those.
Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Guard's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right, you can't go in there, it's off limits.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the Chief's office.
Who has an organ in their office? Whoa, where am I?
The Chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door.
Check out the pipe organ, that's real, isn't it?
Yeah, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach.
I thought I didn't see what that was.
Never could remember where C was.
I can't remember what accent we gave Gunn.
Oh, I remember he had this voice, didn't he? He had a deeper voice than the judge who was trying to... That was useful.
Chief Gunn. Put the paper that was reading on his desk.
So, right on. You've been swimming lately?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I can appreciate that. I want my hands full, too, as Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
This is Mr. Marshall's brother. Prosecutor Marshall.
We're too good to commemorate our work together. I'm wearing the exact same suit as I am today, but I only have one set of clothes. As everyone. Well, anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh. But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
Ah, that case long since been over. There's no need to investigate anymore.
All the same, we still have to look around.
Ah, perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
Seems the case isn't over with yet, after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
You mean like a clue?
Well, I guess then we've got to go. Well, so the one place we couldn't go before was here. So let's go up here and see if this has anything yet. No, it doesn't. Okay, so it's not there yet. Doesn't have anything to say. Back there and check. Oh, this has got a click, so it might be here.
Hey, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
Just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long? Oh, from sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee. So either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No. Why'd you ask?
He's under fire from both police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two and court.
That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. I don't drop everything on the floor. That falsifies the evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes.
Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Honest Guy is the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. He's amazing talented prosecutor, kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this...
Really, so many people who hate him that much?
In our world, only those with talent... In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no recipe I know of for making... No better recipe I know of for making enemies.
Hey, Dick. Keep it the good work.
Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat.
Oh, I thought that was the police.
Let's go out for lunch again. My treat.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir.
You don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. All this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth might just crack. I actually had to go look at those files earlier when the coffee was brewing.
Well, did you find anything?
Now the evidence Stark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack?
His final attack, you mean?
When he killed Prosecutor Marshall and was trying to protect some girl.
Me.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think he has something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written down somewhere in here, okay?
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. Might jog his memory.
Your dog was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
Businessman? What made him talk to serial killer?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? Sir, it was an accident.
No, he drove up to them, parked next to them, and hit them with the car door till they died. An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal? A falcon!
He killed a man and witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. The kid who did this, Mr. Jogger who killed the scene, was finally killed as well. Finally he turned himself in.
Seems a pretty careless animal.
Of course, it was his own conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of the questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim.
It's a very good reason for not doing jogging, AJ.
Prosecutor Marshall. The crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing the last witness wasn't killed.
Show him the knife. Where is it? It's this one. About this.
Hey, is that... There's a tag attached to it.
Has tag attached with label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be a broken murder weapon you're speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since the case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, the suddenly disappeared from that locker. I was found in Mr. Edward's car, Master. Of left.
Now I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. He traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus he had his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him use it to murder anyone, right?
That's when his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken tip of the blade was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. He kept it in a flesh bucket. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Well, close. Did it match that?
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive. That's a very what's the word? A very honourable deed you do, AJ. To make sure that nobody could die of such things. Reading chat? No.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. Did he give me my $50? Probably not, but let's hope he did anyway.
It's not money, but does it concern the chief his office is a crime scene, right?
It's where prosecutor
Near Marshall was murdered.
The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around, if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
But this one, it was Detective Thing. Detective Goodman.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh. I wonder if there's something we could show him to change his mind. Make him change his mind.
It's not that one. No, not that one. add the card record, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 p.m. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered evidence along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number.
7777777777777777777 That's 17 too many.
Are they going to keep doing that 17 too many joke?
The decal belongs to the victim, but David Bruce Gorman. Goodman? You will lose but anything with these numbers, but I can't. It's a secret number. It's scary.
It's scary because you keep dropping your card. You keep dropping your card to it, don't you?
I forget my secret number a lot. I'm scared of myself. But I'm me, after all. What could be wrong with that?
This guy almost made us lose the case today.
What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain with that evidence locker with his life. More than you can say for most officers nowadays.
It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well.
Check, we don't have that option. No, we don't.
Oh, I lost item report, huh?
Very impressive that you knew what it was right off the bat.
Well, I am the master of misplacement, you know.
Master, that is such a cool ring to it.
Yeah, see, the things are meant to be lost and are meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here.
Wow, a higher power.
Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too.
Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Base height? Here, let me see that.
Looming tall, new improved growth formula.
You mean this can't detect any blood traces?
Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol.
So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. Hey, that powder's used for detecting fingerprints.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth gave it to me.
You know what? All I have is some flour.
You okay, detective?
Quick, one nacho. Quite the sneeze. Is any help? One time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint.
Not that one then. It's not the tape.
I've been studying these files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. I think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal when I was going on, you know? After all, the serial killer was on the loose.
Right. Let's look at that bloody jar.
How about that jar? I think I've seen it somewhere before.
Somewhere?
Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. Something about it makes me uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Where could I have seen that before?
We can't just present something exciting time to him and he'll... Yeah, just gives the same response.
No locker can be opened without the fingerprint touch. Besides, there's no reason for the mother to touch his own locker.
Hey, wasn't the locker with the blood on it yours, Wasn't your locker the one with the blood on it, Detective?
Come to arrest me or prevent me, won't you?
That happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Edward. Right. Glove is irrelevant. Pitch is irrelevant. That was irrelevant. Screwdrivers are irrelevant. I think I've asked that one already. Asked about that. Asked about that. Asked about that. Asked about that.
That's a photo of Miss Stardew. Anything you can tell us about it?
Anything you can tell us about it?
Miss Stardew is quite a lady. I remember that was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened.
16? That's how old I am now. I wonder what happened.
Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed in Mr. Edgeworth's life, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? I didn't mean, I mean, I'm sure that someone else really did. Someone who must have done a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award Mr. Edgeworth got the other day.
Were you at the award set? I've asked this before already.
Of course, pal. I got the award for diligence myself.
Congrats. Why is the award a shield and why is it broken?
Oh, there's a reason. Let me tell you later.
With child comes great mother responsibility. I think I tried that one already. I think I will try again. Nah, I didn't read it.
I can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that.
You know Officer Marshall?
Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. I named it Jeremy.
Really?
He said, Dick, she'd listen to all your troubles.
Detective comes shoot folks to a cactus.
How to believe it's your patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with you. What? Why are you looking at me like that?
I get the feeling it must be something up at the it's gotta be something up here now. Yes, it is. Here we go.
Tastes weird, doesn't it?
Yes, it does taste weird.
Not just me, at least.
Taste that one. Does that taste the same?
No, that tastes normal.
Then just chuck that and get a new glass. It might just be the soap, dried soap left in it or something.
I didn't have it. That was the first glass I had.
Very weird. I don't know.
There he is. He looks like he's writing something.
What the? What are you doing here?
She was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh?
I've had to live with the last 2 years. Rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
So what do you want? Like some people I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do to erase that fact.
But you didn't know, did you?
I mean, the evidence was falsified.
The police department and the prosecutor's office should share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. Police department error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains that the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth,
I take pride in my work. Tell me why it has all come to this.
Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
but Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out from the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought this case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence, it seems, is too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
Tell us again about what happened that day. The day Detective Goodwin was murdered. You were participating in the ceremony over the station, right?
I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning and drove out to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah, Chief got us to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in the case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday. That sucks, man. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right.
This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall just...
Oh, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of which, that's something that bothers me.
Yes?
Trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's not different from yours.
Yes, you're right. I remember now.
Remember what?
What the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There is a story behind the design.
Story? Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from the ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake.
Very well. Long ago, there was a kingdom of Chu. There was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd, he claimed to slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed to withstand any weapon.
Wait,
Objection!
the claims contradict each other.
Very presented. Then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of those items discredit them both. When the king pointed out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the journey towards the contradiction was born.
Oh, I see. So a chipped shield and a broken knife symbolize?
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at loss for words. But it's our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Betchworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield?
You'll have to ask Chief Grant. 2 years ago, they had the halberd part of the ward abolished.
This is all I want to talk about.
It was sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey Edward. Bit of gumshoe out the window? Oh no, he's falling to the ground.
Hold on. First, let me see what the girl is crawling around my feet.
I'll let her...
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation.
Nation? Edgeworth, you don't mean.
I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died.
But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I have walked. You do not need to tell me. The path I have walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
That's right. I wonder if I can use it for anything.
What a nice desk. Easy to use. Easy on the eyes. Polish so high I can see my own reflection. Maybe I'll take that plaque as a souvenir.
Down. Yes, so you.
Hey, a chessboard.
Excuse me?
Oh, it's her again. What's her voice? Wait, either of you
Care for a quarter pound of roast beef. The star.
Yeah, she's out of lunches.
You did me out of curious sort, aren't you? I'm not the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. But I never thought you could bring up the case 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SO9. Not only that, but the murder occurred the very day the evidence in that case was due for transferal. This can't be all attributed to mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene happened to witness. The instant Lana grabbed... Yeah. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. A roast beef is meant to be savoured when eaten.
The star's hatred towards Lana.
It all dates back to 2 years ago.
That is just what parents are like, sadly, AJ.
Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. It's the Hat Club. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy.
Strange reference, but okay.
Oh, old Jake Marshall. Though must have been going through. He must. Though. You know, Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell.
Yeah, because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed with cactuses. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Her?
Lana Sky. My sister! The best of the best were put in the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant.
I mean, everyone's trying to make the same reveal every 5 minutes and still have the same gravitas. It doesn't have it.
That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we're so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean the forging of evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark could be reserved. Still, it was obvious that evidence produced in the court was being manipulated.
Her hat... Is her hat meant to be like a sort of flattened fez with bits of dairy leaves stuck to the side? It does just look weird.
Items our team never found will suddenly appear while others were kept secret. But you don't have any proof anything illegal was done. I am proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us safe goodmen were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor.
I think it's quite simple as it appears.
Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
It really does. She was being used.
Tim and Gant and Lana Sky.
I picked again. Gant less in mitigation, well, Lana second in command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Tim and Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism?
Well, that means his ability to attract evidence.
He produced the most incredible evidence in cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. Back then everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. He hated everything crooked and almost watched out for every other detective. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Mr. Marshall?
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she'd lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That makes it all the more infuriating.
Mr. Starr.
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Now, why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. Prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he control Lana?
I don't know. But one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's illogical to conclude. There must be a reason for her change.
At last!
finally getting close to the bottom.
Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine.
And more than just caveat private judge.
I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
Right, well, I guess that's all the information we're going to get, so I guess we're going to go back to...
Oh, you're back. You're still here.
You're still here?
I've got to make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well? Fine.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
But with my persistency, but my answer's still no. Not letting into the chief's office, period. Be my neck on the line.
There's got to be something we can do to make the change his mind.
Let's show him the resignation letter. So imagine how probably that big inspection.
What's this crumpled piece of paper? No way, Mr. Edgeworth cannot be serious.
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they're pushing him this far. They've pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective?
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card.
we can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook if you lost another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. So at least let me do this for Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
All right, detective. Thank you. Here it goes, Mr. Wright. Click! Beep! Organ! We're in! If anyone finds us now, they could come choose a corner.
If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ah!
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah!
Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up here, up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I just was worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in public.
Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
The desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's?
Yes, that's what I was waiting for, Lana. On that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Kant's office now. He practically has a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to be alert. He told us himself at the New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one touches that desk?
No one except Chief Kant. And the lady who's in here each morning.
Still 2 years have passed. Possibly any clue from
Can Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came in to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
We don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be. No. There's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, you're supposed to start bothering you, pal. Will you just let it go like that?
Sorry?
Okay.
So what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Chief Gant. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings here.
There you go, ignoring me again.
This is the real deal, isn't it? These armors and these weapons?
Sure is, pal. The Chief doesn't care for imitation. First the pipe organ, now this armor.
Good. How many taxpayers' dollars must have gone into this room?
What? You don't mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
Be careful what you say. Who knows? The Chief may be hiding in the armor as you speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there.
Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Got it out, you guys. You don't know how scary that guy could be. Safe. That's what it's ripe in the tree.
Okay, if you say so.
It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
A 7-digit number. I just might know what it is. Is it? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. But to try my birthday, that's... No,
I have a better idea. What was that thing? 7.
Bingo.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal? 77777777, or otherwise known as 4, the final ID card number for that record.
What? Member of the mysterious detective order? Went the room that day?
You mean 777777777777, otherwise known as 4? That ID number?
I think you're the 1 7 shy this time.
Well, only one thing. Chief. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Hey, anyone care to look inside?
Any money in there? How much do you have stashed away?
Look, it's...
Shards in the broken cup. Somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. It's handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I just saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, let's just it up.
Is that it? Is that all we have in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now.
Piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with the case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line.
Come on, there's got to be something we can share with the detective.
Take the gumshoe. Could you have another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those were the days.
Wasn't it the jar that was a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards at the SL9 is the sticker on it.
Does Doesn't this ring any bells? You know that fragment we just found?
You mean this one? It's in the safe?
Yes, that one. That one is in the safe.
Now you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells, or playing the organ, as we say. Let's see if it fits.
I'm gonna crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
Rotate. It fits like a charm, that of course means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid this piece of jar in his safe.
In other words, he concealed the prescriptions for the SL9 incident? But
Hey guys, get a load of this.
What is it?
The piece you just attached is different from the others.
there's a reddish line on it.
Reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would the Chief Gant hide it in his safe?
Unstable jar has been added. Shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleared them and transferred to the prosecutor's office. A small picture frame on the left shelf.
Hey, this one Ron and I went to that theme park. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. Today, Joe Doc ran out of the questioning bill and tried to kill Emma.
Receiving his award, the trophy Mr. Marshall to be pictured here. And he went along to Chief Gant to question Doc. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think? This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
Not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean.
Lana never come.
Does Lana ever come back here?
No. Chief Gant must still be keeping a cleaner memory of her partnership. There was stuff legends were made of.
Does he keep it in memory of her and memory of a crime?
I think we have to do subliminal. Luminal. No, we're doing that. We need to act subliminal.
Blood! Oh, this here must be covered in blood. Is this from the incident? It must be. And Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed. The reaction's kind of dull.
Right. I have a feeling that dagger is going to do something. Nope. What am I do down there? So I'm assuming that down there's not going to do it.
The Chief's organ is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it in the Criminal Affairs Department. When the detective screws up, the Chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears.
Aren't the chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
Wow, look at the size of the chief's front desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
Hey, look at the evidence.
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? SL9th incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said they wonder what...
No, about the evidence list. Only they're twice as long?
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
Half-size list of evidence? List of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
Oh, was this was right or wrong? If that's it, I forgot, sorry.
I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so.
Oh, it would appear so. Evidence list, add the court record. Oh, same thing again.
Let's look a little more into this list.
Okay, well, let's look at the list. Someone drew some kind of sketch here.
What is it? Did you find something?
Huh? No, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving up, Mr. Wright?
Aha.
The chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here.
Yeah, it looks like the right side of the form has been torn off.
Was this really only half the whole thing?
Something else is probably more than that. Take a look at the back of the form.
Which I've already looked at. Yes, I'm very aware. I've already looked at it, yes. I've seen it.
That's gonna look better now the jar is complete.
Doesn't it raise one more question? What was it what was the piece doing in the chief's safe?
More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for anyway? If I'm filed, I won't be able to give you any information. That's why I have to get all of my system now. You understand, don't you?
Don't be so negative, Detective. We do want you to share your information, though.
Oh, who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to do with.
Ah, got to stay positive.
I think that's everything in here. Or do I still need to prove the weird handprint thing?
You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. You would have dropped that suit.
First, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
No, at first the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
Really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh, stained glass or not, it's a huge window.
So,
This mark looks some kind of flower.
What is his design that the insignia of the prosecutor's badge?
prosecutor's badge?
Yeah, like the one hanging on your collar.
What? They have badges too. They have badges too?
The design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system.
Now that you mention it, it does look quite haunting, kind of painful. Then Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge.
That's because he's a sharp dresser. Especially that would go too well with his outfit.
So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges?
I guess everyone just kind of lets it slide.
I think I am done it up here because I don't see anything else.
Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
This is the 15th floor.
I know, I was just saying. Ever since making detective, I always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So doesn't go crashing through.
So doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that.
I think that's someone else said that about that. I think there's nothing else I can get here. So again, we'll go back downstairs. Maybe we'll go. You got anything else to say? No. She refuses to talk to me about things. Okay, well, if she doesn't want to talk about that, then I guess we'll go and speak to what's his face and see if having to have his list is what he's after. No. He just taps his foot and complains. I don't know whether I need to show him something to keep the leather, because the leather was the only little thing that was there. Everyone else seems fully talked to, which makes me wonder if it maybe was meant to be that one. Got that one. It's not that. We're about to examine that one. It's not letting me examine it, so. I must be missing something obvious again. It's gotta be in this room. Done the windows, done the suit of armor, done the desk, done the phone, done the chair, done the safe. there, it's not the thing, so let's roll over. Then that bit. Then them. Then that. 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 Okay. What am I missing? What am I missing? Yeah, it's just the picture. I looked at this before and I didn't get this reaction. Oh no, I did get this reaction. Wait, there was a zoom in option there. Victims. Okay. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Hey, look here, it's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Blood. Right. I feel there must be something in this picture. Yeah, I saw the jug in the back, but I can't really do anything with it. We've looked at the place where the jug was, if that holds to be believed, and that seems to be next to this armour. Like, oh, I can't get away from that. It seems to be, like, there, and the pot seems to have been there. But I can't seem to do anything with that picture. Interesting. Right, okay. Well, it's not the windows. It's not there. It's not this. It's not that. have reassigned here? There's the safe, I think, but that's just the... He talks about that. I do wonder if I need to have given him something to get the handprint one. I found the fingerprinting with a cloth, but I haven't managed to keep it yet. Oh, right, okay. That probably makes a lot of sense. I'd like to have a look at this. I know what that is, you want to take some fingerprints. It's a great idea. Alright. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand?
Go ahead and take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh? Come on,
Oh, come on, this isn't time for jokes. Talking about the cloth we found in the safe.
Oh, yes, I knew that, the one with the handprint, right? She switched her sense of humor.
Yeah, I'd change your glass, honey. Okay. Alright, let's get this over with. Give it my best shot. What does match prints does, though I'll get clear results on this point. Let's try a different finger. Okay, let's go for the thumb. Looks a lot better. Well, there's only two left. Let's go with the one that it's probably going to be, because though some people will check from the outside in. No, it is a middle one. It's a middle finger. Well, that's a bit different compared to the other ones. There we go. It's her. Match found! Hey, you found a match! Whose fingerprints were they? It seems the prints are too old. Can't clear to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought maybe dog's prints.
Psst, hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Let's just keep the information from her for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
Yeah, it's been getting bigger. I think I was just slowly move it back down.
Well, was I any help?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence.
That's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless.
How do you say? Okay. Oh, I'll have to pour myself some more as well. You can grab another bottle. Go. Yeah, we can have some of this if you want. It's not using all of it. This one?
Should have just kept going and still got the other glass as well.
Yeah.
One glass?
Another bottle. Thanks. Hydrate. Flanger.
Isn't that right, you and... Oh, I knocked over a cat. Isn't that right, you and the coat? Eek! Yeah, Chief Grant. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. I was walking to my meeting. I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir. Drop off your ID card on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir. Now get out. Yes, sir.
We'll be on our way up to it. Where'd you? You're the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright?
Yeah.
Look, pal, I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. The chief is off limit. Chief's office is off limits. But no, you had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care.
Sorry, I thought you didn't care before you were fired.
Yeah, but I knew if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Now I've seen the evidence Chief Grant was hiding in his office. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why is he kept eerily silent about it this time?
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try and smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see, so the Chief and Stimmer are coming for some questions. So you're thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past little days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. You did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed, I believe is the term he used. I have to admit it was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion, a certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask if this person you be speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What's this person's name?
Take that!
Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you're addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me. Assuming he's respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try and hide his crimes? His crime? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offences. Why is it though that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me the proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Right, well, what we got? We have... let's see. Proof that Gant falsified evidence. Got proof Chief's wrongdoing? Here it is. That evidence proves someone is doing something wrong, alright. Oh, that evidence is proof someone's doing something wrong, alright. But it's not the Chief. Who would that be? Why, you, of course. Me? Aye? You seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? Now that's scary. You seem to have makings of a criminal in you with what your fallacious accusations. Care to spend a night in this cell next to mine? Oh, so I need to find the right item. It's this again. It's not that. I guess we'll try again. I don't know, I've got unlimited tries with this. So let's just try and find the... See, I thought the jug, but... Ah, okay. Hello. Hello, fuzzy. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. Aye. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself.
Now tell me why you're taking all the blame for him.
Touche, Mr. Wright. It's just as you surmised, I can't disobey the Chief's orders, even if he's been found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly expect me to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yeah, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say I was given an order that day. I needed to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. No, just as I expected. Despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk lock was broken, and I discovered the murder weapon while I was inspecting the body. Murder weapon? Oh, murder weapon, do you mean Edgeworth's knife? Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, the knife this knife was stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him, so I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Right. Seems like I got blood in the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't want it to ever be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. Murder weapon used to stab detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped up the knife in your scarf and hid it. An Edgeworth exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister to tell her what happened and ask her to hide the knife that was inside the muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received them orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. Phone call to patrolman Jake Marshall. The Marshall? Why else would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fight to be kept hidden. Needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean not wanting the case to die? He decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card. It seems he hadn't made up his mind to break the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and investigator. Now please, don't pursue it any further in court tomorrow. Detective Goodman's real murderer.
What went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? To be continued.
I thought we'd have at least finished this one at like the 4 hour mark, Jesus. Trial former, which means there's going to be a trial latter as well. Defendant court lobby number 2. But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth!
Knowing you, but anything, no. The owner of the 777777777 codename number 4. ID the card, that is.
Well, I have a pretty strong hunch.
No, the only reason they tried this feature vetting yesterday was because there was still room for doubt regarding the idea of that number does belong to whom we suspect, there will no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
True. Not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes right, the Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty.
But she didn't do it.
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here to hear what you have to say.
Man is hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
The truth?
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today is the last day of the trial. You don't have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you.
She's found.
If found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
I'll think about it. I'll see you in court, Wright.
This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. February 25th, District Court.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is where the prosecution puts forth an opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Are you Jamie back in the pool yet? I've been drowning enough as it is my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? I always like to stare into the distance before I respond. Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request and it'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like to put immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana.
Objection!
You can't. Your Honor, the defendant claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana.
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Prosecution may lack direct evidence against me. It has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has a right to self-representation. The request is legally valid as long as it's an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no longer further need to continue this trial. Even Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. It appears the time of the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage will certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, huh? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gun. What? Creating another fabrication to cover your past mistakes. Sorry, but I am no longer the naive little boy you would thought me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, are they? I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to who? Its first witness the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hear her testimony.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right of self-representation. I don't think we need to continue.
I don't care what you think, this guy. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That okay with you, right, Chief Grant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this, mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take to the stand. Get the drink, my throat is dying already. I'm gonna do a lot more talking. I'm gonna really feel it. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I am Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. This is correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I am sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Hill Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. That man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
Well, that's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
Hold it!
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yep. She was second in command under the Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister. She was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Grant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk. And fear about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. man came running in and took me hostage.
Hold it!
A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. And he ran into Sky and Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
Hold it!
What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day, there was 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in.
I don't clearly remember what happened then. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant.
Hold it!
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped in the dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
Just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm coming on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went off.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, I was just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image and it's seen in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told
You were told to get the Goodman about what you saw.
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture. Yes, she's mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
This picture the witness drew, I believe, has a very important meaning.
Objection!
The list of evidence was given 2 years ago. It didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of the scene once. It seems to have been lost.
Hold
I
it!
have that, but let's see what they think. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, even if I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after...
That's strange. I took over the case after the prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken.
But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it.
Well, anyway, let's continue. You see that they printed an image on your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
Hold it!
It must have been a real shock.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
Oh, lightning struck and lights went out. Mr. Marshall jumped in the dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Yeah, that picture is there.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence?
Ah, Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that the prosecution for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold.
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over. What's this? Yes, what is this?
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only prosecutors in charge of should have access to that list. Huh? These lists? They're different from each other?
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed to you was incomplete. These two lists to fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it was quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in the case ever reached you.
What? What? Order. Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
This was torn in half, then that means...
Your Honor? You're all right, Mr. Wright. Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see. I've had this for 2 years and never looked at the back of it.
Something wrong. Sorry, Your Honor. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. That thing? That thing was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly this is an act of vandalism.
Clearly this is an act of vandalism and the work of certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about the picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir. Your Honor.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were the shadows. After that I must have fainted. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Think a flash of lightning could burn an image into your mind. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. It clearly shows Joe Dark about a murder prosecutor near Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Hold it!
Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock I couldn't do anything. Sorry, I've got the F voice there.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Canton Sky. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted in all black?
The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows.
Hold it!
So the time you didn't even...
So at the time you didn't even know if it was Mr. Marshall who would come to your rescue.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had attacked me, and Mr. Marshall jumped on him. I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
What happened after the lightning flashed?
After that, I must have fainted.
Hold it!
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
Objection!
The flash of lightning only drove up the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the victim, the witness, to faint. Do you really need to torture the girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Hold it!
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure this is exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
Wasn't influenced in any way when you talked to the detective?
Objection!
Are you insinuating that somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
No, of course not. I took this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh well. Clearly a contradiction here. Well, let's see what we've got. The SL ones we've got is these daggers. I have a feeling it's one of these. Just a fake. I don't know why I just my brain just says it's not.
Objection!
It's not, is it? No, it's not. I don't know why my brain was saying that. It's weird. It's clearly a contradiction.
Objection!
It's not the dagger. Okay, I thought it might be the dagger, but it's not. That's it.
Objection!
There we go. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness contains a blatant contradiction. What?
But I still remember it like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture?
I guess it's just like the fact he's. I can't look at that, so let's just go with that.
Take that!
Mr. Wright, how could you?
To make an innocent girl's cry should warrant the death penalty. Well, so long as the defense learned its lesson. can't look at the thing. I guess it's the...
Take that!
No, it's not that. I don't think it is anyway. Start the back, dive with punctured heart and lung. The knife tip was in the... Yeah, maybe it is that. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. Look closely, you can see the tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look so closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. The murder weapon, the tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was conclusive proof. Conclusive piece of evidence to prove Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. The victim was only stabbed once. The murder weapon could not yet be broken.
Objection!
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Objection!
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right, but what does all this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered in...
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered in the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness memory is mistaken.
Objection!
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at her. You were annoyed at the time, but she was quite sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Objection!
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There's another explanation. Have you forgotten already? Quite a little something called falsified evidence.
We're treading on thin ice, right? Not treading on thin ice, right?
All I'm saying is that broken knife tip might have been a piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No.
I will do a stretch in a second. There we go.
Hello, Luffy, yes.
Order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me once again to go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of being two broken knives?
The witness is adamant about the accuracy of the shot. It can't be explained by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright!
In that instance, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel to enlighten us. The real murder weapon was the jug. The jug of death.
Take that!
If anything's broken, it's you. Huh? I'm sure this must be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright, but I remind you the fate of Miss Lana Sky hangs in the balance.
Oh, apparently it wasn't the jug. Oh, it's that then. It's that stupid statue.
Take that!
Nope, it's not that either. Oh, damn it. Now I've got to go back through again. If it's not the jug, and it's not the thing from the statue, maybe it is the thing from the statue, but it needed the picture rather than the version he's got now. Alright, well, we'll just have to speed through these again. I do wish there was a bit faster way to get back to it. We will do what we can to get back there as quickly as possible. It will take a while, sadly. Right, speed through as fast as I can. Plus, most of it is just talking. There's not really much choices to be made at the moment, so we should be able to just at least speed till we get to the testimony. I have a feeling it's the picture of the statue. Picture of the award, and then the actual award, and then why is you thinking this, and then you've got to put the actual award up. Will you stop taking so long to talk?
Objection!
There's a lot of turning our back on people.
Objection!
Can't remember what it was we got, but I think it was mostly just checking let's put the speed to this as fast as we can.
Objection! Objection!
Nearly there. Getting back to where we were. Nearly there. Nearly there.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Objection! Hold it! Objection! Objection!
Right. We've got to this bit.
Take that! Objection!
Right. This is basically where we were at before.
Objection! 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 Objection!
So back at this point. Right, this time I think I'm going to try the picture. That picture there, and see if that's it, because if it's that, then it's the weird...
Take that!
It is this one. The analyzing the past, 2 years in the past, so right here inside this picture. Award ceremony.
This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken water weapon.
Notice the prosecutor marshal, the award prosecutor marshal is holding.
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing room was not Joe Dark's knife. As being the case, the knife we saw is in all likelihood from this award.
Order.
Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As award, he was given the broken shield and knife. Then he chased after Joe Drake. He pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. The broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
Objection!
That can't be.
No?
And why not?
And why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutors award's knife was the murderer, and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, the man raising the knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. But the prosecution was the one who actually died.
It seems Mr. Wright has been too eager to jump to conclusions.
It seems Mr. Wright has been too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
This list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this far deep away inside me.
Perhaps it'd be best if we added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you recall, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mixed up and now the blue badger. Should be interesting. When I saw the man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly a most unusual.
Objection!
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
Yes, well, the defense may now cross-examine. Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. Lana?
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed. You can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It is too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Well, please detain the defendant.
Hold it!
When you say that, man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark.
Yes, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see was shadows.
The power outage immediately preceded the incident. It's also documented in the prosecution's office reports. So then you...
Hold it!
Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. when that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think of was I've got to help the other person.
Hold it!
What do you mean you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Sky was almost killed before she was a witness to the murder of Dr. Dickless. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next?
Just there was a flash of lightning and I saw the blue badger.
Hold it!
Are you sure about this?
Of course. See? I even drew pictures from here.
But the chief of detectives who called it this hideous beast.
But it was the chief of detective who called it this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. It's the jug this time.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Hold it!
His shadow? You mean you didn't actually see his face with the winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it had 3 creepy holes.
Objection!
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
Objection!
That may well be. What's important is we caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh, I suppose you have an explanation. By all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that that fateful day 2 years ago, there was indeed something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright!
in this room. Oh, very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instance? Please show us a mysterious blue badger look-alike.
Where's the jug? It's the jug!
Take that!
The mysterious blue badger was in fact this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar. Or jug.
But Mr. Wright,
That doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, just plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
our viewpoint?
Got to show the correct angle to look at it from. I just want to turn it. N. No. N. No. H. I just want to turn it to the side. I just want to turn it to... There we go. Can I just spin it? Oh, there we go, the tape. I guess.
Take that! Objection!
Got to make it look more like the badger? Oh, for fuck's sake. Can I put it over the top of it? No, I can't. Actually, it's that. Maybe it is the other way around. But the other way around is so... Okay. Right. It's got to be that angle from both. That's vaguely right, yeah?
Take that! Objection!
How am I meant to make a pot look like a... Okay. Just please stop subjecting me to that music. I can't turn the music up. Oh, right. Okay. So it's gotta be... I think it's gotta be like that, but it's gotta be around the other way. So that's at the top.
Take that!
I didn't actually mean to hit E that time.
Objection!
That was actually me trying to hit the button for rotating and I hit E by accident. Okay, right.
Take that!
No! Why'd you have Q and R as the buttons and...
Objection!
Oh.
Take that!
Done it again.
Objection!
I keep wanting to rotate one way with Q and the other way with E, and I keep accidentally sending it in. Sorry. I will keep going with this. I will get this. I'll make sure my finger's on R this time. Right, it's got to have this much down there. I've got to maybe put it up like that. Oh, that's not actually too far off. Yeah. That's actually kind of almost completely it. It's a bit... No, N? No, B? That's about right, isn't it?
Objection!
Okay, let's try again. Gonna get it. I swear this music is designed to just send you insane. Doesn't have a chin, or that would be there. It's gotta be that. this thing.
Take that!
I don't know where is it now.
Objection!
Okay. Just hang on. I need to... Sorry, I just needed to turn the happy jingly music off because it was actually gonna kill me. Right, let's take this properly. Right, okay, so it's got to have those. They're definitely the sides. At least I've got endless tries with this. Right. Right. The correct angle to look at this from. Okay. So I think it's got to have, when I do not hit E, hit Q instead. Right. If we're copying that above, it's kind of like that actually, but upside down. Yeah, like that, but that's actually that might be it. Yeah. It's a little off center, so we can rotate it without me hitting E. Yeah, about that, right? Now let's dare to put the sound back on.
Take that!
No.
Objection!
Sound back off. Let's try again. This is going to be my death call. I'm going to be stuck trying to make a pot look like a badger for the rest of my eternity. Right. I mean, maybe it could be that. I'm not definite though. No. Let's try again. I have a horrible feeling it wants an absolute exact angle for this, and I think that's going to genuinely just drive me insane. Right, okay. And then I did the same thing again where I hit E to move it rather than R. Okay. Right. Let's try again. Come on. Come on. We've done challenges far harder than this before. We can do this. We can make a pot look like a badger. We can do this. I've not reached that level of insanity yet. Right, okay. So it's got to be down enough that they are there. It's got to be rotated enough that they are roughly equal. See, it's wanting the big head bit at the bottom, which makes me think it's got to be like that kind of angle. Or maybe I'm thinking of this all wrong and it is upside down. Right, I should hit the right button, not. Yeah. I think that's it. Because, yeah, that's as near as damn as I can get. I'm actually quite happy with that. But I have a horrible feeling it's not going to do what I want again.
Take that!
Oh, thank God! Well, that's exactly what I was thinking. It's a fucking miracle. No one could possibly deny the jar's resemblance to the blue badger. Only it's red. Please stop that music. No. It can't be.
Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger within the day of the crime was actually this. Objection! Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What is your point?
What do you mean?
So, that the badger thing was actually just a jar? That doesn't change anything. Objection! I'm afraid that's where you're wrong.
You see,
This changes everything. Indeed, very well then. Please tell us. What's the difference now with this saw, this jar?
Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, knowing where she could have seen this jar, where, the location of the jar was known in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf on the office of Damon Gant.
Objection! But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Objection!
Yes, these two facts which reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place at Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office.
Objection! Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Why would he do that? There is no reason.
Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what the reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured this out, so this is why Lana tried to stop the trial.
It's too late to quit now.
Oh. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew into the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to have been moths. Yes, vicious gang of angry moths. Or the impact of the man made when he knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf with the jar sitting on, what would he have hit?
Ah!
Oh.
Ah! The suit of armor holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword.
Yes. Since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another possibility for what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with it.
Yes, you can. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? The defense took place as the defense theorizes, and the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me?
Yes.
No!
No!
Thud.
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What?
What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances...
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
So,
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try and pin the crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted for forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it?
Are you sure you're Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe you in your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have to find proof. Or going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes. It certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
if we don't have any evidence...
If we don't have any evidence, then we'll just have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. Certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. What you have made, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message.
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
The real murderer's name and victim may have left behind is in the evidence. It's the handprint.
This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
Do not be mistaken. Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek: the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
Take that!
This is a message from the deceased.
Right. Now then, the message from the judge.
Oh.
You better be careful or you might wind up the seat yourself. Let's try this again. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us this evidence, which I thought was that, but it was not.
Right, so let's have a look again. What we got? So we need something from... Well, it's not that.
He's a killer and a wrong end.
For some reason I want to say it's the writing on the pop. I just don't believe it. written evidence. For lack of anything else, I might decide I have to go for that. Unless it's the knife. No, the knife was the fake one. And it's not anything here. I'm gonna try the writing on the pot.
Take that!
This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, is it right?
Oh, he's just gonna speak the killer's name.
If that thing could, I'm sure it would.
It looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. The message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on the jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason the blood in some sort of fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there's a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines?
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left him to leave behind a message.
One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must be seeped into a jar with the lines changed direction.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points,
And the victim's message will become apparent.
No!
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Please feed my cat.
Got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written in the circumstances. His murderer's name. Just be glad she only had a 3-letter name, otherwise he'd be really fucked. And again, he could have put his kid in as a full stop.
Take that!
Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all the people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Payback. Pay people my EMA. See whether I can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant. You understand the implications of what you've done. What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, were they? Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to show his conviction.
Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice?
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Order! Order! Order!
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. God, we're still not at the end of it. Jesus Christ, this might be a whole session tonight of just this one thing. I thought we were gonna get well onto the second one. Oh well, looks like that's Thursday. Let's continue. Let's finish this damn thing. I'm sorry, Ed. Didn't mean to get you in trouble. Alright, man. Take care, AJ. Catch you later.
Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Right, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You've got a lot of nerve, pal, and make Detective run around while on duty. How about you call me here? I've seen happy people at funerals.
We've been here before. Take it Lana's having you run errands again.
Let me tell you, pal, this is the last time, pal. Yeah. He asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law?
You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department.
Sounds right, Mr. Wright.
Seems so.
You could really study some more evidence law, really.
The chief prosecutor also wanted to give you a message. A message? He said if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. It's got a little bird that tells you all about evidence law in a very down-to-earth way that children can understand. Yes. I do not know that the book will give you any good now. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet?
Why I'm still sitting in the prosecutor's seat. Despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there to do? Your credibility is probably been ruined by this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused the man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You got to be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
I'm going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end.